Good morning, family. Well, I hope you guys didn't miss me. It's just been a few hours since I last was live. I actually did not sleep at all. I couldn't, the excitement was too much. I couldn't sleep. So, believe it or not, this is an all nighter for AB. And I was like, why not listen to this shenanigans that are happening in the background? And while doing so, be with the family. Now, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I will not, as everybody can't, like it's illegal to actually stream or air uh, the recording or what the ongoing call. But I will be on the call as I'm with you guys. I will be sending messages through here. In the same time, every time I will lower the sound of what they're saying whenever I want to say something, and I'll kind of interact with you guys throughout the whole thing. So we're kind of listening to the whole thing each on their own. I'm pretty sure you all guys have a number. If not, go to my community tab. You'll see one of the two links. You'll see the schedule on one of the links, and you see the list of numbers on the other link. And you could definitely keep up and see what's happening. There's a bunch of things I want to start off with. I mean, I'm hearing stupid stuff all throughout the morning. That's what even motivated me not to even go to sleep. Like, there was an early fire alarm that happened in the morning, and like when the case first started. And unfortunately, because I've been here, like I've went to some other channels and I've seen some other funny shit. People saying that, oh, it's somebody who did it and all the conspiracy weirdness. Man, I can't believe what this like what this what this play has taken people to. Like, it's just so crazy. Everybody should know that this is a closed door court hearing. There's nobody except of whoever is in there that's there. So all these stupidities that hype each other up, all these clickbait bait channels that just want to hype and rally people up around some certain theories. None of that BS, none of that bullshit. I got something to tell you guys about also the mover of the day, that STGX. And I was looking at it throughout the pre-market, and I will, as we as you stay with the stream, I will tell you guys a lot of things that you would definitely want to hear about that play. Um, it's what you call, like, people like me would like love something like that. I'll actually share it and show you guys. Well, I can show you guys what I typed, and maybe you guys can see the whole thing once I finish. But first, let's tune in and listen. And whenever it's just BS that they're talking about, or when there's recess, I can stop. But in between, I will mute out that volume of that call, and I'll just talk with you guys as I see the chat as well. So I will interact with you all throughout the chat. Good morning to all of you. Again, I'm on an all nighter, so it's amazing. Optimal projection. Uh, how are you doing, my friend? I see. Casey Hogg, how are you? Journey to the Center of the Universe. Mrs. Chase, how are you, my friend? It's nice to see you. Jeffrey, Mr. McCohen, Jerry Martinez, Smith. Good morning to you, sir. That's the number one in here, first person. So yeah, I'm gonna put the volume down now, and I'm gonna actually go ahead and hear what they are actually talking about. So let me put, if you guys would like, I can put some music in the background. Do you guys like me to put some music in the background? Leah, good morning. Actually, no, no music, because whenever I turn it up to talk, Javi the Great, what's up, my friend? The Great. That's twice in two. Well, technically one day and night. All right, let me put this down real quick and just so I can tune in. I'm already on the call. I just need to hear what they're saying. All right, family. Back to sound. You guys can hear me now. Now they're gonna be back at 1:30. Um, wow, that was a lot to take in, right? Broke ape, yeah, a lot of justice. Um, eh, I, let's give the guy a chance. Um, he definitely sounds inexperienced for sure. Um, I feel for the guy because he's very nervous and it sounds like he didn't do a run through. You know, normally like lawyers would do a run through, a recap, especially for something big. And as John right here, Singh said, like recap. That's what would think that most lawyers would do in such a big case, especially if it's going to be public like this and thousands of people are going to be online listening to it. I hope that he gets more warmed up as they go. Um, like I said in one of my comments in the chat, um, the guy has a lot. It's just he doesn't seem to be able to professionally put the all what he has to say very efficiently and in a very timely manner with a lot of confidence. He sounds more like a he sounds like one of the investors, which is not necessarily a bad thing. We would like that. We would want that. Somebody who's from within. But he needs to differentiate between the fact that he's a lawyer at this point and not just a hodler or an investor. Like I said in that comment, I think he sounded a little more like a student in high school standing right in front of the principal. And I think I mean again I'm not bringing the guy down. At least he's standing up for us, and I hope that he can get warmed up and get his act together as they go. I didn't like how the ending went. I think he just drifted away, and the judge seemed like I felt like the judge might have went to sleep the last 20 minutes probably of yeah, Casey, he doesn't sound hungry for a win. He sounds like he's very emotionally involved, but he needs to be able to get. I guess this is where you call Saul. Better call Saul. You know, we need a Saul in this case so that he could actually speak his mind and emotions and actually say what's good without actually being very paranoid and pressured. He sounds very pressured, and I think he knows that there's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of people listening in. So he doesn't want to become the meme of all memes, which most likely people who are, you know, shills and um, bud channels and clickbaiting channels, whether on YouTube or on Twitter, they're gonna make a meme out of the guy. Uh, I think that he shouldn't care about any of this because it's he who laughs last laughs the longest. He's definitely speaking out of the heart. I can tell, but I he needs to be a lot more well polished. And I'm rooting for him, honestly, from my perspective, from my end. I'm rooting for him. I hope that he can, by 1:30, he can make a phone call to maybe his wife, his girlfriend, his significant other, maybe his brother, one of his family members, even AB, if he wants to call AB and somebody knows him, tell him call AB. I'll give him a confidence boost. You know, I'll give him some confidence boost and, you know, he has all the things he needs to say. It's just he's rambling all of them in where he's not making them pop out. It's kind of like you have a lot, but you don't know how to articulate on them, and therefore they get lost in action. You know, so that I think he needs to get his feet wet, and needs to get warmed up. He sounds very cold right now, and he's just down a little bit. So I think he needs to get warmed up. In the meantime, while we're talking, maybe some people would have some questions here. I think like there was a lot to recap on. He spoke about there was a moment where he needed to actually identify the dividend as more of a paid dividend that we self-paid for ourselves. You know, the word that he was looking for, and I said it in the chat, was that it was a derived dividend. It wasn't necessarily a dividend, because people take dividend as profits. Well, we didn't make profits on Ape. The Ape was not a traditional dividend. Ape was a dividend in the form of a split that gained or accrued its value through our own pockets, from our own pockets, from our common share investments. So each Ape costed us $7+ It was around 725 or 785 a share from AMC. It literally siphoned that much per share to create each Ape. The first round, of course. So that came out of our market cap, and he was trying to dance around that, and he was trying to elaborate on that, but I think he was just not able to find the right word at the right time, and some of the right words at the right time. I think that's the best way to put it. Now, um, so, well, first of all, everybody can hear me now, right? Mr. Warren, I think you're playing with me, right? Are you playing with me? I think Warren is playing with me. He's been funny lately. Give me thumbs up if you can hear AB, because I got a couple things to show you guys. I want to show you the AMC chart, and at the same time, I want to talk to you guys about the SGTX stock that so many people were asking me about through the whole day, and it was even through the pre-market hours. SGTX. Do you guys want to know about this? Who else in here asked me about SGTX? Up 500% at some point. It was up 800% in the pre-market. I want to retire soon. Thank you, sir. And I'll tell you guys what's up with SGTX. And you guys, for waiting through the stream since the beginning of that call, you will have something that no other channel out there is given to its people, which is actually telling you stuff with explanation, not just telling you some FUD BS where they don't understand just because they want to go after whatever people's followings or whatever. No, no, no. I will explain to you exactly what is happening, and you will understand in this explanation of SGTX of exactly what's exactly going on with it, and therefore you will totally know how to go about it. Okay, not financial advice, of course, as always, but I will give you what you really need to know, because I know a lot of people are asking me this. I've seen them asking people in other channels, hey, what do you think of SGTX? What is SGTX? And the only answers they were given is that, oh, I ran too much. It's, if you're not in it already, it's too late. So I'll tell you exactly what's up, because it's not too late for certain things to do with a stock. Most of these other channels, I've noticed that they have no idea about what to do with trading. They're all about grifting people and like basically talking and saying what they might think. Maybe they read a document or two, but trading is not their specialty. So I'll tell you guys about what happens with that. Now, first, let's look at AMC, okay? What's happening here? As you guys see right there on AMC, it's like we're about to finish on a second doji candle. Now, first, when we were listening to that call, I reported to you that major bullish candle right there. That bullish candle is it's technically called a momentum candle. And I said as soon as that happened that we were going to get a small rise in the price action. And look what we have right after it. We did. We rose right from 424. I know it's not the most, to about $4.30, but it's not bad. 5 cents these days goes a long way in the AMC stock, right? But what's more even beautiful is that we even crossed the 50-day and crossing the 200-day moving average on a daily, just on a daily chart. And we also are dancing around with the 5 and the 10-day moving averages. So we'll see what's going to happen. There's a lot of what do you call consolidating in this whole area ever since that happened with this candle. So we're consolidating. The RSI is cooling off. It's about 46 right now, which is still high. And it's soon you're going to see either something break out to the downside or to the upside. So let's hope it's actually to the upside. We have more potential of the upside on that as far as for AMC. Now, let's jump over to SGTX, okay? We saw SGTX. Sigilon Therapeutics basically was just purchased earlier this morning around 6:30 in the morning by this company, Eli, for $300 million. Now, this is exactly what you'll see right here. Buzz jumps on Lilly's buyout deal to expand diabetes treatment, and they bought them for basically 300 million. Now, things that you need to do, family, is always look at the information that is given to you as far as float, what's like, okay, so how much, because the float on the stock is only about 2.23 million, so it doesn't add up, because if you multiply the 2.3 million and you basically divide it by 300 million divided by that means you're getting, it's like Eli is paying Siglion about 130 something dollars a share, which of course sounds not reasonable, right? Doesn't sound logical. Now, a lot of people don't think of it that way, but you need to think of things that way. And again, many other places would not even tell you this because they themselves most of the times don't know this. Now, here's the crazy part. While people are thinking about the run-up and people are saying, oh, you missed it right here, look at this. The odds are that you would have caught this right there was literally within less than 20-30 seconds. You had to have seen the news being reported, and you must have had the order book open, whether on your phone or your laptop, and the order going through and also being processed all within 30 seconds. So if you're that fast, you got in quick. You didn't, here's what you need to know, because most people didn't, and that's something that's of a fact. Now, what is this signaling to me? Why this crazy move? First, I got to tell you what the deal is. And let's see if I can actually upload it right here. The deal has a lot of contingencies, and that's the crazy part about this, is that this whole deal has no standings whatsoever. Second, let me see if it shows. Let me try to show it right there. No, it's not showing in the background. So I'll read the article for you. So basically, they're paying, and I wrote a little like overview from it because I was getting a lot of questions for it. So they were giving contingencies. So that $300 million buyout is actually not even a buyout. It is a buyout contingent upon the Siglion showing their first phase and getting approval for first phase, and then they get a certain amount. And then there's 2 more phases where they have to show more advancement in that medication, and they will continue to get more. So after from the first phase, they'll get about $4.06 per share in cash upon the first dosing of a specified product in the first human clinical trial. Not even said what it is. It's unspecified, basically, product in the first human clinical trial. Now, I'll tell you exactly where we're going with this because I've seen these setups a lot of times in the past. Now, second, they'll also get $26.39 per share in cash upon the first dosing of a specified product in the first human clinical trial for registration purposes. And then, last but not least, they'll get another $81.19 per share in cash up on the receipt of the first regulatory approval of a specified product. So basically, this could take all the way until the end of the year or even beyond until they could get most of this. Now, these basically payments are all contingent upon the completion of all those 3 things that I just mentioned to you. So if Siglion doesn't get the approval for any of these, which is the most probable outcome, because that's what happens with all these smaller pharmaceuticals most of the times. Again, it's still possible that they can. However, It's all these three contingencies are on the line, and if they don't come up with these three contingencies and get the approval, the dosage, and the first dosing basically of that specified product for on humans, then that deal becomes $0. So what does that signal to AB? What does that signal to you? What should that signal to you? This signals to AB one of two things. One, you look at the stock, SGTX, it was near its all-time low, or its 52-week low, literally just a day or two before this run up. So what this signals to me is this was heavily shorted of a stock, and he was completely ran up. Maybe this was some sort of scoop and poop and scoop situation where shorts are covering their shorts, and obviously the price surges up to here. And guess what? Now that they've bought all their shares at low prices, and obviously the price surged this much, wait out. And here's what I would like for you guys to do. Keep this on your watch list. Watch for some sort of weird news that comes out of nowhere that says, for example, SGTX did not get approval for first human dosing clinical trials. And based upon that, they lose their deal with Ellie. And therefore, that $300 million hype that was advertised on all the news articles is nullified, and therefore you'll see that stock come back down, crumbling down to all the way to the $3 range. So how can shorts hide the idea that they're covering short positions? By doing this, covering their shorts in the same time, showing that it's actually a deal, some sort of buyout and all this stuff. But when you look into the nitty and gritty of the deal, you know, uh, like the deal's contingencies, you'll find that that deal is basically there's nothing there. It's a nothing burger. It's just something that they hype people up with. And unfortunately, it works because many people read news and they just look at the title of the headline of the article and they see, well, look at this. That explains why it's up 5, 7, 600, 800% in the pre-market and up till now. Now, AB is obviously not going to say anything as far as financial advice. Everything I say is my own opinion and what my own analysis are. However, if everything goes down the exact same way that I described to you, you would know exactly how it uh, basically builds up. You don't just know that, oh, something went up 500% and now it's back down. Will it go up like HKD? Because some people ask me that. Is this going to be another HKD? The answer is this is a short cover, in my humble opinion. This is not no original or ordinary buyout deal, because a buyout deal wouldn't have all these contingencies up on it. Because having all these contingencies up on it shows me that in some due time, it's going to be dropping like it's hot back to the original threes, because the original buyout is like for the first phase of human clinical trials, they'll pay them $4 and like 3 cents, as I saw in my notes. And if you look where we at, we topped up at around $28 today, and now is dancing around 24.51. This doesn't mean that this thing will drop in one day back to $3, although it could. However, this is a lucrative shorting position for many of these shorts out there. Maybe he's not telling anybody to go open up a short position. He's not telling anybody to go buy or sell or hold anything. I'm just giving you a breakdown of how these things work, especially with pharmaceutical companies, because they're easy pickings. And having this in the $24 range, where it has no value or no business in that range, this is a place where shorts would instantly get into short positions slowly so they don't tweak the market and get everybody to know. And over the course of the next few months, you're going to see the stock get hammered down to back to where it lifted off from, around the 4s, 5s, and 3s, perhaps even lower. Now, that's a pump and dump for all these shorting hedge funds and institutes, where they can just easily pump something up like this, put out some shady article in the background that might justify the news or what's going on, but in the same time, it really isn't. They're doing something else in the background. They're making money on the way up, and they're going to be making money on the way back down by shorting it again. And by the time people see it, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, anything that goes up, they always bring it down. It's corruption. We're really, it is corruption, but this is the explanation for it. Um, if you didn't get any of that else, well, now you know what's up. And not like I said always before, knowledge is power. So now you know something about that particular stock that you might have not known this morning, and you might actually know how to deal with that situation if obviously you want to deal with it. Let's see who's in here. I want to retire soon. What's up? What's up? Uh, Optimus Prime, greetings. What's up, my friend? Batar, how are you, my friend? So, does anybody have any questions about basically what was going on? Else, like who else was listening to that weird case? The beginning, like the beginning of that case. Let's see what we're having here. Nice. See, look at this, guys. Was alerted all the way back here. And it was at the 424 range. Now we're at 431. Again, 6 cents is a nice move up for us, at least for now. Since we had that momentum big candle that indicated this bullish action, and then price action, and then we had the 50-day crossing the 200-day moving average. That also indicated upward movement in the stock price. Now, there's not much volume, of course, happening because there's, of course, people who are just freaking trading the shit out of the stock in the dark pool, not on actually the lit market. But let's check out the SPY as well. Oh, nice. The SPY is doing nice. The SPY is doing wonderful for me. I got some calls I need to get out of. Heck yeah. What was I telling you guys yesterday? What was I telling you guys for the past 2-3 weeks in live streams? What was going on with the market? What was I telling you guys about the reversals? What was I telling you about the SPY for every stream? You've been in here, you have seen some things, and you could basically remember what I was calling out. You guys can fact check me right here, right? We still got another day tomorrow. Rem, help look at GDC. Will do right now. Pat Smith. Hey, I'm on the court line. Hell yeah. They'll be back, Pat, at 1:30. Marco, long time no see. What's up, brother? You know, still have not slept from last night because I was so excited for today. Um, so yeah, still no sleep. Team no sleep. Yes, Marco, you can get in the court call. The numbers, if you need them, just go ahead and here's one of them. I'll upload right here for you. Just for you, my friend. Anybody needs the number to the court, this is one of them. That doesn't work, let me know. I can upload another one. Pat Smith, no sleep either. Hell yeah. So let's see. What else are we looking for? GDC. Ew. Damn, man. Is this the stock? GD Culture Group Ltd? Yeah, that if that's the stock, REM, I don't know exactly on what end are you, stuck on this thing, but this thing it has literally like very terrible volume. But let me see what's the average on it. If that's something that normally happens, and then I'll go through from there. So it's extremely low volume. Normally, its average is around 1.9 mil. It's only around 162,000, so it's got a long way to go. Uh, let's see. The 52-week low, it's not even close to it. Really, it's somewhere around has only 2 million free float, which is a good thing. Like normally, if I want to do a day trade on a stock, if it's anything over, and this is a tip for everybody else in here, if it's over 20 million in that float, that's something I don't get into if it's a day trade, because anything over 20 normally it's hard to buy most of that float up and get it to move quick or even squeeze shorts out of that particular stock or to buy up those shares to move up the stock. But this has only 2 million, which is a good sign. Um, let me see on the daily. Okay. This thing just came down like a month ago from the all-time highs of 44. Well, it went to 31 and 20 cents. However, it was very short-lived. In like few moments, it reached 44. So this thing kind of ran up like wildly. Well, I don't want to say all-time high, but at least 52-week high. Um, but besides that, it does not have much of an action. It did the moving average crossover, which could be a good sign. However, this thing right now, as you can see on the 5 minute range, let's see if this checks out also on the 1 hour. Yep, it's also on the 1 hour after it ran up to $6 when it was at $6 about the end of May. It had a death cross, which indicates obviously a downward movement. And ever since then, we've been in a bear market into the stock because, as you can see, I explained this in a live yesterday to everybody that the way that you get into positions is when you go with the trend. So basically, when you are underneath the 200-day moving average, you're basically in a downtrend. And most day traders will not take a position if they want to go long on a stock. Will not go they will not take a position at that particular moment because the low has not been completely identified yet. And it could, who knows, it could take a long time to reestablish where the low is and start moving upwards. Now, what most day traders would do is, or at least we'll put it this way: the successful day traders will wait until the 50-day moving average is crossing the 200-day moving average and establishes a new trend to the upside above the 200-day average. That way, it's basically officially making a new trend to the upside, and therefore you like that's when they will establish a position somewhere around here in the upper fours, like 490, about 505. And basically at that point they'll ride it out to see where it goes. Now I don't know any fundamentals of this stock. I don't know what this JD Culture does, Group Ltd. You probably have done your due diligence as far as knowing what the company does, but just from a technical perspective, it doesn't look like there's anything going on with the stock right now. If we were to look at any news, there isn't really anything. Uh, in fact, it's even talking about all the other kind of things except that the stock itself. But yeah, until I see that 50-day get closer, and it's not like it's that bad. It's literally within 50 cents of that uh, um, you know, movement. But look how long it took this stock from May 30th until now, which is, you're talking about technically almost about a month. It took the stock to be in this area. So it could, who knows, it could take another couple weeks to perhaps a month. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but I could tell you that it could, at least from looking at this trend, unless there's something bullish that comes out in the pipeline as far as some crazy news, like some sort of acquirement or somebody acquiring somebody, some buyout, hopefully not no shelf offering, so that way it doesn't drop. But any besides anything like that, this thing could take another 3 weeks to a month before it finishes the cycle, as it gets closer to crossing this 200 moving day average. Once it crosses it, then you can start thinking about perhaps going to the land of milk and honey, depending on how you believe in this stock or what's going on with it. I don't think that it's low enough, and this is me being just totally honest with you. In my opinion, I don't think it's low enough for perhaps, like, if there was any major short consolidation, that shorts would probably close here. Shorts would be interested in more profits if that's the case. Uh, but who knows? It could go a little bit higher, lower, and then it could do its thing to start moving back up. Hopefully that answers the question, my friend. Pat Smith. Yeah, I think they. Here's the thing, Pat Smith. One thing everybody has to remember is that this court case is very, it's it's closed doors, and only the people that are in that case are the people that are inside. Um, it, 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 like this whole thing of people from the outside or whatever. I mean, if anybody, if I had any doubt in somebody doing it, if it's anybody, it's one of the court people. It's one of probably the people from the finger and little finger, the finger and little people, the lawyers of the group for AMC. Because the guy was just about to grab his mojo. You know how they ice kickers in football? Right before the kicker kicks the football, that's when they call a timeout. I think what they did is ice the guy, and it to a certain extent it kind of worked a little bit because he was very nervous. He had to go away for about 30-40 minutes and then come back and start over again. He lost his mojo. So I think somebody from the AMC lawyer group or somebody from the opposition actually did something like that, because it was just the timing of it. Clearly, it wouldn't make sense for somebody from the defendants to go ahead and do something like this, because it only affects your own lawyer. Why would you want? It's like a football coach icing his own kicker. It makes no sense. But you have a lot of these FUD clickbaiting channels out there, spreading that kind of stuff, because it spreads hopium. It spreads that kind of energy, that craziness that, certain people say, yeah, such and such did it. I mean, it's funny and all when we say, like, I even said, like, it could have been Kenny Griffin, and it could have been whoever, whatever. But if you want to really make a case out of it, the closest suspect to me would be somebody from the other opposition lawyer group, because they're the only ones that stand to benefit out of that move. That's for anybody who wants to listen or to logic. Let's see. Sanjay AB, I don't know whether you do already, but you should start trading classes. I don't, my friend. And the thing is, because I'm not a licensed trader. I just do day trading for myself, and have been trading for years. And basically, I know a thing or two here and there. However, I'm not the most knowledgeable person out there, of course. So we always have something to learn every day out there. Glad I was able to help, Rem. Maybe after the AMC dilemma and issue, when all the dust settles, I've been heavily thinking about for a long time doing some sort of. I already have a Discord right now, but it's not even really utilized much. I want to do an actual Discord where there will be like a group of people who actually are like, just want to do day trading. They day trade. They're all about that life, and that's what they do. And I think that's fun. It's for people who really enjoy trading. People who want to get up in the morning and make even a living out of it, a daily living out of it. You can actually make a very fancy life out of it. Not that it's, of course, everybody wants the money and the dinero and the moolah. However, you have to have the heart for it, where you're, one, able to put money to make money. Two, you also have to put your heart into it as it's like your day job. Now, a lot of people love to just get in some sort of get a couple of tips to get into a couple of positions, that long positions where they could do their normal job and just get into a couple of plays that they can hold for a little long, like a couple of months, a month or two, a couple of weeks perhaps, and then make their money and get out. That's always sweet, and that's something that might be within the scope in the future. I've just always said for the past 3 years I wouldn't really be doing that much into the community, especially in the channel, until AMC is all over with, AMC and GME, because I don't want to take any of the community to be, I don't want to even make anybody distracted away over to something else, unless you are, just trying or eagerly trying to learn how to day trade, or even trade in general. Whatever questions, that's why I'm always here. If I have an answer, I will definitely answer. I would not hold back. I love helping people, and in the same time I would expect the same in return. Pat, same here. That's why I don't go outside. I'm in Cincinnati too, Pat, in Ohio. And all the smoke, I thought it ended like last week or the week before that, but who would have thought, like, Canada smoke this much? Like, that's crazy, man. I don't even think that's a natural disaster kind of thing. I think like somebody caused that stuff. So hopefully everybody understood that whole situation with SGTX, but actually understood, not just, like, oh, okay, it ran up 500%. See, certain entities are already opening up, slowly, so they won't alert the whole market and retail, especially small short positions. Let's see what's happening with AMC. AMC has been good. It's just still consolidating. Most importantly, is on the daily. We broke that the move to the upside. So on the daily, we're on a bull run. Now, of course, bull run. How much of a bull run we'll see. As long as we don't break underneath the 426 range, and then on the day, hopefully we don't break underneath this blue line right here that I drew up. This thick blue line acts as major actually support for us, because that's the zone where we initiated, where someone or out there, or someone's really like that price, that 424 and a half was really amazing for somebody out there, or some individuals out there, that they formed this bullish momentum candle, the upside, and which means it predicted that it was going to be a bullish movement to the upside. And yeah, when I alerted you guys, when the guy was talking on the phone in the chats, I've said something about it right when this formed, and then what do you think? Right after that, we saw this happen. We'll see how it'll continuously, we'll monitor it throughout the day. Let's see what else is happening out there. Who wants to ask any questions? Hold on, let me turn this off right here. I'm going to share the screen now. I just want to see what's happening today on the news tab. Switch off from this to that's this right here. All right. Rem, any news as to why AH1 is suspended indefinitely? I remember this stock. Didn't it just have a crazy move like a week or two ago or something? Wasn't it like one of the runners? Something happened in the pre-market. I remember seeing this stock. I traded it in one of the days. It just had some crazy run, didn't it? Like a few days ago or a few weeks ago, something like that. I remember seeing that stock. I just know that. So the banks rallied today on the GDP P scores, which again, all this stuff is completely, in my humble opinion, I think is fabricated data. Uh, but basically, that won't change their mind off of having to add a rate hike still this upcoming month. So I think when that happens, I think that's when you'll see a run here in this market until um, after probably the 4th of July when the next FOMC meeting, I think it's in the 6th, something like that. Yeah, somewhere around that time. 6th or the 8th or the 9th, something like that. And then think that's when they'll announce it. And then by then, I would imagine that we would have formed some sort of nice run throughout the market, especially throughout the S&P 500. And then that's when they will bring us down, real down. But we'll see. Let's look at AH1, AHI. Um, so right here, the title automatically says mysterious, REM. So on June 21st, trading of Advanced Health Intelligence AH1 shares was abruptly halted due to a circuit breaker triggered by a significant surge. I remember seeing this. I was like, I remember trading this in the pre-markets one day, causing it to rise by an impressive 173%. The sudden halt left investors wondering about the reason behind the suspension and when trading would resume. Unfortunately, no additional details have been provided regarding the circumstances surrounding the halt of its expected duration. Do I smell MMTLP, MMAT? But hold up. It's not common for shares to be temporarily halted pending the release of important news or updates. This practice has been observed in the cases of other companies like SVB, Financial Group Advanced Human. Yeah, that's a terrible example. Temporary suspension allows for this dissemination of crucial information to the market in a fair and organized manner, ensuring that all investors have equal access to the latest developments. So basically, here they're trying to, this is a basically, in other words, some BS. Basically, this is kind of similar to what they did to MMAT. So what they're doing here is they're already kind of planting the seed, telling you that, uh, giving you the example of SVB when it's was halted from trading, so that when it does open up for trading and you see some weirdly low, ridiculously low price, they will give you the news that will say something like, "Oh, Advanced Health Intelligence, ticker symbol AHI, had some sort of corruption case against it or something like that, and therefore it's trading down, and like as soon as it starts trading, it's already going to be down like some crazy 200% ludicrous percentage, and people are going to be rushing out of fear to jump out of it. um, my thoughts are is probably because the actual reasoning behind it is probably some massive amounts of shorts were going to get obliterated on it, or even a market maker is going to get obliterated on the market maker's options chain on it, if it has options. I believe it does, and that's why they pulled it off the AHI. Let me see right there. Now, at least it doesn't have an options chain, but still 28 millions. Can't believe I literally got into the stock, man. I must have been really desperate in the pre-market that day. I think I saw some bullish action happen in the candles. I think I caught in the early stages before it ran up. Um, Took like a nice 20-30%, if I'm not mistaken, and then just got out. These are their favorite pump and dump stocks. That most of the times the people that pump and dump this are the brokers, the very own brokers that you give your money to, so they can be custodians over your money. They're the ones who are actually, most of the times, holding that money and like taking your own money that you're depositing there, because money doesn't go to sleep, and they're technically going and doing trading with it, and most of the times they might even go against your own order because they know where your order is at, open up a short position against it, unfortunately. But that's the system that we're in. Sorry to break it up that way. Yeah, Rem. It is now like suspended for some BS. Like, hopefully the explanation gave you some sort of clarification, but we'll see. Like when it opens up, like here, with like I said, what they were saying, and actually what we could do is probably also do one more thing. Yeah, there is no news to see if there's any SEC filings on it. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. Wait a minute. Oh shoot. Yeah, this is not good news, my friend. So it had a compliance problem. You know how stocks, when they go below $1, they get a listings from the NASDAQ violation. They have to, within 6 months or within a certain date, they have to bring their stock price to within that stock. Now, as we're reading here, let's just continue reading. The company received a determination letter from NASDAQ stating that it that the company has not regained compliance with the rule, and thus its securities will be delisted from Nasdaq. This happened on June 20th, which is basically about 8 days ago. Trading of its securities will be suspended at the opening of business on June 29th. No, I hate bringing bad news. This is, oh, well, actually, today is the 29th. Um, so, yes, the securities will be suspended on the 29th, which is today. However, the company has appealed NASDAQ's determination to a hearing panel pursuant to the procedures set forth on the NASDAQ listing, Rule 5800 series. The hearing is scheduled for August 17th. According to the delisting action referenced, the NASDAQ determination letter has been stayed pending final written decision by the panel. To regain compliance with the rule, the company intends to take the necessary steps to immediately effect a ratio change of the ads to its non-traded ordinary shares from current ratio of 1 ads representing 7 shares to a new ratio which will have the same effect as a reverse split of the existing ads. At the panel hearing, the company intends to present a plan to regain compliance with the rule. Once the ratio change has taken effect, ADS must trade at or above $1 for 10 consecutive days for the company to regain compliance with bid price rule. Mm-mm. While we believe effectuating the ratio change will lead to our regaining compliance, there can be no assurance that the company's plan will be accepted by the panel, or that if it is, the company will be able to regain compliance with the applicable NASDAQ listing requirements, or that panel will stay the suspension of the company's securities. If the company's securities are delisted from NASDAQ, it could be more difficult to buy or sell the company's ads or obtain accurate quotations, and the price of the ads could suffer material decline. Delisting could also impair the company's ability to raise capital or trigger defaults and penalties under outstanding agreements or securities of the company. Yeah, so my friend, unfortunately, this is, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Um, so, yeah. um, so, yeah, Rem. So basically, the company is under a delisting issue for being under the dollar. Today, it was basically going to continue a suspension. They're going to go through a case. I think their hearing is in August, as you read. I believe it was in August. What was it? Just the exact date. I keep pressing the wrong. Uh, on August 17th. Um, that's when the hearing is scheduled for. So this thing could be delisted until then. And by the way, they're intending on doing basically a reverse split of perhaps 1 to 7 to make the price go up to that, the desired price for 10 consecutive days. However, even by doing so, panel could still choose to not accept that plan and thus far delist it from there, which means it will go to the over the counter basically market and the OTC market, and then it will suffer heavily on this price value, and it'll be harder to buy and sell, of course, unless you have access to buy and sell on the counter market. So I'm sorry if you're very exposed to this market, but at least now you know what to look forward to, as far as we know. Hey man, when AMC is done, are you still gonna do YouTube? Man, I would love to hear a religious episode here. You discuss things pertaining to Islam, Christianity, have call-ins. For sure, Pat. Well, I'm glad that you know I'm very, very, very religiously involved, and I love me some soul searching, and of course, constantly thanking the Most High and Allah. So yeah, we'll do some of those. I'm intending that the YouTube channel in the future, I want to actually do a lot of back and forths with my with brother owning the float, um, and basically we can perhaps you know eventually kind of turn it into sometimes having a podcast like rather than just a trading session podcast like, and we could invite some special guests over and kind of talk things, shoot stuff and shoot the thoughts. This is a no sensitive zone, and this is no woke culture here, and no cancellation culture. No cancel culture here. So let's see. FRCB, Journey to the Center of the Universe. Is that? Do you want me to check that, or you're saying sorry that it basically tanked or something? KP Corp. What stock is that? That was AHI that I was discussing. Um, our friend Rem up in the comment section here asked, "Will do, Journey. You got it." But 1 second first, Patterson, I shouldn't be talking right now. Kind of messed up at work. I just kind of deal with this pressure. Our investment possibly being stolen, all the smoke, etc. Anyone else having trouble with everything going on? Um, I think okay, Pat, we all are going through it because at the end of the day, no matter how you view it, and we got to go back to here see what's happening in 3 minutes to see what's going on with the case because that's when they get back from recess. Um, you know what, Pat? You're not the only one. Everybody is. All, especially the ones that are showing that they're not under pressure. They're the ones perhaps that are under the most pressure. Um, Depending on when you got into this, like someone like me who was in this since September of 2020, like, of course, the only thing that got me through all that time was one, the stubbornness that I have, two, the resiliency of the community, at least of what it was, all the way up till the end of this 2022 when all this madness of ape was created and all that stuff. And suddenly you started having division amongst the community. But the only thing that also got me through was the fact that I just day trade and I don't rely on my position of AMC. And I'm kind of already in the back of my head, it's like it's all going to hell or it's all not going to work out at some point. That's worst case scenario. If it doesn't work out, well, I'm not going to go and basically be like I got screwed completely. And I'm not saying this like without any remorse because I know there's a lot of family members that are like very very leveraged in this, and I know many places will say that's your fault, and that's BS. Like technically it should be the most prudent and wrong thing in life where the right things are being punished. You did the right thing by buying a stock, we locked up the stock, synthetics started being created, illegal shit started happening, naked shorting and all this stuff allegedly. um and now that affects and dark pool action spoofing the orders to make sure that the price action doesn't change so that it does not affect the price of the stock. So therefore, no short hedge funds or shorts does not get over leveraged shorts do not get margin called, at least up till now, until now. And of course, they didn't get that help on their own. Of course, there was many that were helping them. Of course, there was people that were helping them, many entities that were helping them. And it's unfortunate that when you do the right thing and you've done everything by the book and you've done everything right, you still have to go through this BS. The book gets applied on us 1000%, where it not even a half a percent gets applied on these criminals over there. And that's unfortunate. But one thing I will tell you, Pat, since you wanted to listen to a religious episode, is I'll tell you a quote here. Um, if you're a true believer, remember that your mighty maker would not put you in a position that you technically can't bear or carry on your shoulders. Now, yes, you made those decisions. It's not like God came out of his way and say, you know what, I'm going to go and put money in AMC or in the meme stock, because it's not only AMC. Look at what happened with MMTLP. Look at what's happening also with GME. Look at what's happening with COS. Look at what's happening with SBCE. Look at what's happening with Tilray. Sundial, how they got molested left and right. We're in a fight against the elite and the one percenters, and you know this. Many of you know this, and it's not like new news. However, you got to remember that this was part of your journey. And now that you're here, you have two options. Literally, the way I see it, you have two options. One, you go to the end of the path and see what's on the other side of that door, or you fold and you go backwards and you try to go back through all that path that you have walked so you can get right back to where you started. Either way, the decision will always be yours. I think that the best is yet to come, and because we haven't seen any great things in this play yet. No meme stock have seen, except you can make a case or an argument for GME back in when it ran up to the $400 range, 440, 480, and that's the only time that you can make a case for that. But just about that's it. Um, so so be strong. I'm with you. Everybody is pressured. We're all on that same page, and I know God is with us. I know God is with us. I got you, Journey. Sorry. FRCB. Yeah. First Republic. Hmm. So here's what you gotta know. Um, well, for one, let's look at the you look in there's two things to look at the way I would look at this. Journey to the center of the universe. There's the short term and there's the long term. As far as short term, nothing looks good about this at all. And long term is even worse. Nothing is being seen. Now, what's happening here is basically an over the counter markets action where in the over the counter there is much easier for bigger entities, whether institutions or loaded pockets, to come and try to move up stocks because there isn't as much uh, corruption like there is. The corruption is there in the OTC market is a little different than on the Nasdaq or the NYSE. So the way that it works there is that some big pockets could come and can gobble up things, and that's in its own outright that could be uh, very influential and very corruptive. But that's basically how it works there. And they're basically it's up about 26% now, so it's having bullish action. The most thing that stands out to me is this right here. And this indicates this, like these three big candles right there. Although this one is not as big, one thing I do see is that the days averages, like the 5 day, the 10 day, even the 200 and the 50 are all much apart. Now, one thing I do notice is that the RSI is at a whopping 87%, like 87.88, which means it is extremely overbought. Uh, excuse me, on the 1 hour frame. On the 1 minute, it's at 71.38. So again, extremely high. For me, 69.57 at the 5 minute. At the 15 minute, it's at 70. This indicates to me that real soon here somewhere, there is going to be a selling pressure. So right now it's at 94 cents and 0.87. So 94.87. Let's see what happens from this point on out. But this looks to me as if I was a day trader. Again, I'm not giving advice here, Journey. But if I was a day trader, this looks like a scalp play for me. And my scalp would have been somewhere around here. Again, not too crazy lucrative, but depending on the position size. But as soon as I would have seen these three candles right there at 73, 74 cents, that's when I would have gotten in. And 20 cents later, perhaps right here at the 94, perhaps even less at 90. So at 16-cent profit per share, I would have collected my profits. This is just, again, me, not no advice for you to go make an open position, but that's what it looks like to me. So we'll see. Would it start dropping after this 94.87? Would it cool off a little bit and then continue running? We will see. It looks good again on the daily and the hourly, but once you go anywhere like on the 5 day, you see here on the trend, actually it still look good on the 5 day moving time frame. On the monthly, let's see. Yeah, on the monthly, just crossed. No, that looks good. I'm not gonna lie, that looks good. That looks good. The problem with this is look where it fell from. Look at the grace of where it fell from the hundreds. And of course, we all know how and why. Look to where it continued to fall down to. Again, in the over-the-counter markets, things could squeeze out, but there's no telling where it would, say, call it a night, And as we were speaking, you see it was at 94.8, almost 95 cents. Now it's at 92.70. Maybe just the RSI will cool off and then we'll go back in again. We'll continue to monitor it, journey to the center of the universe. Hopefully that gives you the answer that you were looking for, my friend. Now we got to go back to the case and call. Um, journey, yeah, hopefully it's to the upside. You got it, Pat. We're all in it together, Pat. Manal, Tishat, hey, I like that all you talking about makes sense and very unique and different from others. Keep up the effort. It's actually helping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I actually know Manal, people. So, but I won't tell everybody who's Manal. You got it. Okay, my friends, I'm gonna call that number to listen in, and I'm gonna keep in the background the AMC chart. And again, for those of you who just walked in, you're not going to hear any sound from AB because we're not allowed to televise or stream the lawsuit or the hearing. So therefore, like I will be engaged with the comment section with everybody. If you have any questions, type it in. Um, Hold on, let me just find this first. What is this? Ah, why is things becoming so hard to deal with? There we go. I got it. No, now you see 1,000 of me. Sorry, it's a little technical difficulties. Trying to find this window that has the chart in it. I'm not able to find it here. before I jump over to the lawsuit. There we go. We got it. All right. So the sound is going off, guys. Just like I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comment section in the chat. I will be engaged with everybody there. And let's see. Hopefully, we're having good things. All right. So, not to scare anybody, AB's back. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did we need this guy the whole time, right? How about we just have him represent the whole case for us? Now that's a real lawyer. If you guys remember when the earlier guys spoke, and again, kudos to them. They had enough courage to go stand up there. It's not easy when you know that there's thousands of people that are literally like, you know that are listening to you and tuned in. However, this guy is the real deal. This guy knows. Excuse me. This guy obviously is a lawyer that knows how to control the atmosphere, how to paint the picture, kind of more like an artist. And that's all I'm asking for. And you guys heard me say this on the live yesterday. I want a fair shot for both sides. And I think that this break, this recess, was not even supposed to be happening right here. There were supposed to be other people coming on, but I think this guy just took the gravity out of the room. Was this Tuttle or who was this? Does anybody know in the um, in the comments? Does anybody know? I can look it up right here. See who he was. Who he was. Yes, Casey. This is what we needed. Like, no BS. uh, was this Lewis? I think this was Lewis. I think this was Lewis. According to the itinerary here, he was right after Robert. Um, it's Izzo's lawyer. Yeah, which one? I think it's Lewis. Lewis MBX. Um, yeah, Izzy's lawyer all the way. Man, the we could definitely try to. I don't think the judge even seen that one coming. Honestly, to be totally honest, um, if there is, and he did have. I remember. I think it was CSI that had this signature thing that was floating around, and it garnered over 1,400 or 1,200 people that signed the treaty to hire this guy to represent us. And honestly, I'm glad I was one of the people that signed for that. And I am so happy that I did because honestly, like, much love to all the other people that are going to stand up and speak and all this stuff. But this guy, like, yes, like this is what I'm talking about right there. Um, Kudos to this guy. Kudos to this guy. Man, he very articulately talked about just about everything. He explained it. He painted a perfect picture to the judge to the point where the judge had to ask for a break after. Or they probably winked at the judge, like the opposition. They're like, hey, 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 hold up, hold up. We can't let this guy just take care of the judge just like that, you know? This guy's good. This guy's good. I like it. They're coming back in 15 minutes. Um, in the meantime, indeed, Tampa Bay Buckeye, hell yeah. Indeed, the best story wins. Again, guys, all we're looking for is for a perfect payout. Now, here's one thing I just said in the live earlier, and I'm saying this to everybody as like in general. I understand the whole arbitrage opportunity with Ape and all the stuff, and many people have purchased a lot in Ape, so it's kind of like you need this conversion to happen to go through. But wouldn't it be in your best interest, regardless, that your common shares, your common stock, does not get affected at all? You mean you pay top dollar for that? You could still have your, I guess, your arbitrage by having them completely over leveraged on Ape and AMC, and then get screwed on both plays. That's what AB is advocating for. Why take away from our own artillery? Why take away from us? Why lessen ourselves? And I understand that the only theory about the whole convergent and reverse stock split is that the company needs to pay down its debt. It has a terrible sheet and all this stuff. But guess what, guys? Here's the thing. There is a lot of fundamentalists out there that are speaking nonsense. Like, okay, look at stocks like Carvana. Carvana is like, if you think AMC's balance sheet is terrible, go look at freaking Carvana and look how Carvana is performing. That's not fundamental. There is the fundamental world, and then there is the stock world. And the issue that we're having, that at least from my end, and I know most of the no voters are having an issue with, is we have an issue with the manipulators, the people who are like the short and hedge funds, the market makers, the brokers, that are basically tuning out our orders, spoofing our orders, that are deliberately driving down stocks. Like today, we just had another one. It's a stock with ticker symbol ANY, ANY. And that just did a 7-to-1 reverse stock split this morning. Many times I've explained to everybody in here, and I don't think anybody out there in the YouTube community or whatever have said this in this depth. These attacks that are happening, where we're now the latest victim on the reverse split / convergent timetable. This is not just happening to AMC. This is happening to all the entire stock market. They're doing it with wherever there is a meme stock, wherever there's a meme mania, and specifically retail consolidation, they're running after that. These manipulators, these stock market manipulators, the market makers, the brokers, they are creating all these synthetics. They are spoofing all these orders, taking your money and not delivering the assets. We know this by the data. It's not a secret. We know this because Citadel is on the hook for over 65 billion in assets that are delivered, not yet purchased. What do you think that is? We know Citigroup has just about the same amount. We know JP Morgan has the same amount. We know Bank of America has the same, if not more than that even, that they're on the hook for. And their only solution is to continue to take money for 3+ years now. Take money from retail, take money from the entire market, siphon that shit, and go on. And eventually, when people run out of dry powder, because we're not affecting the market cap of the stock. See, here's the thing. AMC would not be in the position that is in today if our orders are actually going through the lit market, and our orders are actually not being manipulated through the dark pools by our brokers, by our market makers. And in this case, you could even make a case for our board. So that's where my issue is. That's where I believe that most of the no voters also have an issue with. You just don't know the scope. Many of them don't know the scope of how deep this gets. This is not only happening to AMC. This was their plan all along for this siphoning piece of shits that are literally like slugs, siphoning and stealing from the overall 90%, which is all of us, retail and everyone else. Even some institutions, some smaller ones, fall victims to that. They take a little from you, but when you combine all 90% pockets, that's a lot of money for just 10% of those vampire predatory piece of shits. And that's what they're doing. Their plan is, don't make all these trades go against their respective stock price, which means that will not create the demand that would make the market cap of a particular stock rise, which means the stock continues to plummet because they can add selling pressure from their end, and in the same time open up a short position, many short positions, and constantly bring our stock down. They're doing that with a lot of companies, and eventually they'll push each company down to the edge of the cliff to force that company to fundamentally jump off to meet its own fate. And that's basically the plan. But in doing so, they've also been collecting so much money. You think money sleeps? They've been taking all our money and been flipping it. We've been buying and holding, right? It's been 2-3 years. Some of us, like me, September 2020. Where do you think my money went? Do you think It's still sitting in the same drawer that they put it in since the day I kept averaging. Every time I add more, they go and just open up that same drawer, AB's drawer, and put it in there. That's where the issue is. So AMC technically, or GME, or any of these meme companies, meme stocks, none of these companies deserve to be where they're at. Rightfully so. When all these purchases that are buying all that stock, especially all that changed in January of 2021, when they took the buy button out of the way, it's because the buying pressure was so much. Yes, institutes move stocks, but when retail are all up, like millions of retail investors are all buying up one particular stock, you're buying up the whole float. When you buy up the whole float, the price should not be where it's at. And that's why they came up with that draconian idea of take the money, we'll keep flipping it, we'll invest it. These people are gonna hold thinking that they're gonna squeeze us out. Eventually, we're gonna squeeze them out and their own company out. And I don't know how it came about where people in the community went about. It's a good idea to go ahead and jump off the cliff and take less. Hell no. The motive, like, I'm one of these OG freaking investors in this movement. Like, I didn't come in after June. I didn't come in after August or 2022. And we know what it's all about. So taking less is not an option for me. And I'm not trying to influence anybody about anything or to follow in my footsteps or do whatever. You do what's best for your own family and for your own good. At the end of the day, I don't know what you're doing. You don't know what I'm doing, honestly, with your shares or my shares. But all I know is I am not willing to lose a single share, especially after 3 years of holding. And by the way, AMC theoretically needed a reverse split 3 years ago when the market reopened from the pandemic. We were in a much worse situation then. We needed it then. But the reason why it didn't happen then is because many people were not on the bandwagon yet. But when everybody got stuck in there and most of the money was being taken and siphoned up, now they know they can't, well, they feel and they want to make sure that they don't pay millions upon millions of people crazy, ludicrous prices because that's what we deserve. That's what we came for. And that's what we rightfully deserve also. So now they're trying to play us out of our positions. In better words or in better terms, outsmart us out of our positions. Not here. Not here. You're not outsmarting me out of mine. We'll go down swinging, and big kudos to that lawyer that was just speaking. Big kudos. I had to take that puff, man. I needed it. Christopher Santos, what's up, my friend? It's a true ape right there. Yes, Gorilla Grodd, that's the most important. The fact that our orders don't hit, and the problem is we keep uncovering more and more stuff that even if our orders were to hit, somehow they're also still not gonna hit. Like the tape is so manipulated against us to the point where they're saying, "Listen, we took your money." It's like a bunch of gangs in the streets. We took your money. They're just dressed in suits. We took your money. We're not gonna return it. And don't you even dare thinking about you having millions of dollars made out of us. And it's gonna come down to us holding it down. You're gonna have to, like, okay, I'm sorry to say it like this to everybody that's listening. Just please excuse me, but everybody is gonna have to, male or female, freaking grab your balls and buck down. That's the way I see it. That's the way I've always seen it. And obviously, right now we're with our backs to the wall, and we need people like that lawyer that just spoke, Izzo's lawyer, to actually put more perspective and perhaps get us across the line. Hell yeah. KB Corp. That's what I'm talking about. Casey Hogg, I had crazy amounts of options in February and March of 2021 that I carried through past June and July, and it did well. But most of them I exercised. I exercised so I can force the market maker to buy more. Little that I knew that the market maker was not going to do the same thing that happened with GME back in the early part of 2021, which is when people started exercising, like the Roaring Kitty and the Reddit crowd, the Wall Street bets, they were hit. They were hit and they didn't know what to do. So that's why they went ahead and took out the buy button and they suspended the trading on those particular stocks on that particular suspension list, like Cause, Nokia, BlackBerry, AMC, GME. There was a list. That's why they did that. And then they went on a weekend, like about 4 or 5 days, and they had a meeting. And we know for a fact that the NSCC was involved in it, the DTCC was involved in it. They particularly sent that order down to take that buy button out of the way. So we know that this is corruption to the highest of highest orders. But when that happened with GME, when they were exercising options, they just way underestimated us. They did not think people were going to do stuff like that. And if you're probably wondering, like, what is he talking about exercising the options? You might have heard some of it here and there, but what people were doing, like the Roaring Kitty in them, is to help force the price drive higher and to keep adding more buying pressure to force more shorts to get liquidated and get margin called, is they were forcing the market maker to beat himself with his own hand, which was they had a lot of options and then at the same time they had a lot of shares. But what they were also doing is every option that became so far deep in the money, not out of the money, in the money, they were exercising with some of the options that they were selling that were out of the money, but they were in the profit, crazy in the profit. They were selling those to buy the cheap shares because the market maker, like for example, when these guys got in GME when it was like in the four and the three and the $2 range and the $5 range, even in the $9 and the $10 range, when they had options that were at the 30 and the $40 range, when the price was in the 140s, they were already exercising the $10, the $20 strike prices that were so deep in the money, but they were paying for those because each option represents 100 shares, but they were paying for those by selling the way out of the money or the higher ones that were far out, like the $100 option calls. And that's crazy. That's crazy because they only got to pay $10 or $20 a share, while the market maker has to go on the market and buy each share that you are exercising for $20. They're buying it for $140 at that moment if the price was at 140. So they were forcing the market maker in the system to beat its own self with its own hand. All right, guys, let's go back to the court. All right, I'm gonna put the sound away. I will catch you guys on the chat. So if you have any questions, just put it in the chat or any comments. All right, people. So there we have it. More recess. Man, much love and kudos to that old man, the old countryman that was just on. Uh, I really felt for the man. I mean, the guy said he literally drove 10 hours just to show up. And he himself knows, he even said, like, I need help with this and that and all this stuff. Obviously, he's not a lawyer. He even said this was his first time showing up to speak in that, you know, public demeanor or in such predicament. It's to be admired, I swear. Um, like the grit, the heart, the purity that these people uh, show, it's just beyond amazing. The guy right before him, right after the lawyer from Izzo's lawyer, he also did a wonderful job as far as being a great. I don't know who in here said it was a great lobbyist. He definitely did a great job at being a great lobbyist, and he brought data. He brought numbers. He spoke well. Um, so it's beyond amazing, like what I've been hearing so far. So far, I really do need the Izzo's lawyer to be the one that actually speak for the against the reverse split crowd for sure. Um, right, Alice? God bless him. Um, I know Gorilla Grodd is, if he says he doesn't block somebody, he doesn't block somebody. Gorilla Grodd is great peoples. At the end of the day, people, you got to remember, yes or no, at the end of the day, we both need each other. You know, we're both family because either side needs both. Both, like either side needs the other side to continue to hodl, so that this thing could get across the finish line for everybody. Um, Now, what anybody wants to do, again, no one can tell anybody what they, of course, can do and what they can't do with their stock, and no financial advice, of course. However, um, we like everybody knows the motto for about what 3 years for some people like me, 2 years for some, a little bit less for some, and like you guys just heard that older gentleman. He came, I don't know, from somewhere down from freaking Tennessee or from New Mexico or something, and drove, like he said, for 10 hours to Delaware to get to that appointment. That's how he took it. So much love to him. Now, while that recess is happening, all right, be safe, Frankie. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions on as far as what's going on with the market? The market is literally flat. AMC is still trading bullishly. We're right at that 200 moving average for on the as far as the daily on a daily chart. So they're trying to bring us right underneath that, which happens to stand right at 431. So let's pray for the bulls, or let's support the bulls, and hope that they keep it above the 200 moving average. Besides AMC, let's look at the SPY. Let's look at First Republic. Uh-oh, it's at 77 cents. Where is Journey to the Center of the Universe? What did I tell you? Remember at 90 cents earlier? Where was it? Right there. And it was at 97 cents. Yep. Actually, indeed, that was the top. Since then, is that it had dropped all the way down to the 77 cent. RSI is completely cooled off now, but it also happens to be brought right under the 200 moving average on the daily chart. So my technicals didn't fail, my friend. Hopefully you're not caught on the wrong end of this. But about 30, 40 minutes ago, about an hour ago, we broke this down on a technical base, and it was right over there at that moment around 94.88. And now, as predicted, it is down at 77 cents. um, Best of luck, of course, with that. Let's see what's happening here with Sigilon. As I also broke down to you guys in the beginning of this stream, the what's going on with this trade when people were thinking 500, 700, 800% up on the day, especially throughout the pre-market. I actually broke down to all of you guys what the actual nitty and gritty of this deal was. This 300 million buyout is actually just a title of the articles, and is just to get a rise out of retail investors. But when you get into it and you read, you'll see that none of that deal is guaranteed. It's all based or built up on contingents that this pharmaceutical small company have to hit certain um, milestones to get, like, first human trial in dosage and stuff like that, approvals, in order for them to get that. Otherwise, the first milestone will earn them $4 and like 13 cents a share, where in reality right here where it's at right now, it doesn't make any sense. So what did I tell everybody in the beginning? This more than likely looks like shorts covering their positions in the pre-market starting, and obviously now at a high evaluation. These guys, of course, since they control the media, they can pump out certain media articles like this, and at a high average like this in the 24s, in the 25s, in the 28s. This is an easy opportunity for them to launch short positions slowly and maturely so that they don't tick the market and obviously show their cards. And that's exactly what's happening here now. They just made on Siglion um, about it made a low at 21.59 and tried to bounce, and it looks like there might continue to bring it down into the after hours, bring it down. So yes, so like this thing is a scary play, and that's why a lot of people, when they jump into when people were asking me in the pre-market about this play, telling me, like, asking me, hey, what's the best entry point and all this stuff, and I was like, well, one, I can't give financial advice. Two, you got to understand that this is a setup for failure as far as catching on the upside, because it was literally about 30 seconds, around 6:30ish, when this thing went off. So in about 30 seconds, unless you were in, it was already up in the $8, $9, $10 range. And even if you caught it, then you had about a few minutes. It was still a very risky position to get into, knowing now that it got all the way up to the upper 20s. But that's mainly from what I believe, again, to my basic humble opinion, shorts covering. Looking at the SPY and the S&P 500, look at that. It's on the daily base. It is dancing literally right at the 200 moving average. So the bears and the bulls are fighting each other, and I think that will lead them. I think the SPY would most likely end in some form of the green to continue that reversal, because I think that reversal was created on Monday. Um, let's see here. Show you guys on the weeklies. At this on a 5-day. Okay. You can see here on the 26th, it made the bottom, and obviously it cleared down here, which was literally on this resistance level or support level right here that we had around June 14th. So literally just about uh, 12 days or almost 2 weeks prior to that, we retested this support, and as you can see here, we bounced right off of it, which was predicted. If you were in the lives from last week here or the beginning of this week, you would have seen this. That's the exact price action that I've called out, and it did. As you can see here, we broke the 50 to the 100 moving average on the weekly, and obviously that's a sign for bullish price action. And as you can see, we've been rising, and every day we've been rising here since that bottom on Monday, and now we're moving up to making that trend of a reversal. It'll be interesting to see what happens exactly tomorrow with the remaining uh, reporting of the PCE data and stuff, even though today was some of it was released and it was supposedly somewhat good. But I think that the Feds will have something else to say tomorrow. But no matter what, I think that this reversal, this like I mean, this whole entire bullish action that we're in, don't get it twisted. Not that I'm calling for a bull market, because I think that whole thing is a facade. Um, all especially the major stocks like the S&P 500, the SPY, most of these are way far overextended and overbought, in my humble opinion, and it will have a correction. And as I broke to everybody before, so you could have a good reminder, um, we technically, you can make a case that dating back all the way to 2008, here, see here, 2002, 2008 and 9 right here. We've technically haven't had a crash since 2008, 2009. It's the only time that the SPY, ever since it was brought on first in the 1993, 1992 timeframe, that we've actually crashed in 2008, 2009. And ever since then, we've made corrections, but you can make a case that we've been on a bull market. And I've said this weeks out before, and that's what got me to predict this price action right when we were up here. Some of you can go back and fact check me through the earlier live streams, but it was right here when we were in, I would say about the end of April, so about a month and almost about about exactly 2 months ago. We were somewhere around here, almost beginning of May, and I knew that this was going to be the action, and then we were going to do some sort of reversal. We're doing that here. Maybe we can make a new 52-week high or an all-time high at over 468.78. But I don't think that will be long lived, because this particular, my humble opinion, in this fall slash winter, I think that's when we will have some sort of correction. And who knows, it could either be a correction like the 2020 pandemic, as Mike owning the float likes to refer to it as. Um, it's such a great name, right? But we can either have a correction like that one, or we could actually have a real crash where we're talking about 2008 level and perhaps even worse, something that we've never encountered or seen before. Let me go back to AMC, get back on the daily. 1 minute. Close this. And let's get back to the case. I think they're back. All right. I'm going to put the volume out again, and I will be active in the chat. So chat it out. Like the stream, guys, to bring more of the family members in here, more people who wants to be, who wants to see or hear, and obviously interact with the rest of the family, um, and share the video wherever you can. Much love. I'll catch you inside the chats. All right, family. Wow. So, can anybody exactly tell me, was this the same guy that's representing Izzo? Izzo? Can anybody confirm that first? Wow. Because obviously, if that's our guy representing the no, uh, I'm I'm very happy. I'll just say that. I'm not the only one hearing that, right? It's over for today, family. They're coming back for tomorrow. The judge said it's recess for tomorrow. So let's gather up. Let's huddle up real quick. Okay. Casey, Izzo's lawyer is on the no side, correct? $17.96 Patriot. Hell yeah, you demand. Exactly, Casey, and that's what I thought. And that's the thing. I think Izzo have murked the entire court today. He owned it. He owned it. And what he just did to them toward the end, of course, in the beginning, his first talk was like mouth watering. However, his um, his last now when he was basically when he just shut them down about their $20 million payout. Like the guy sounds so fucking petty, and he's like a little kid over there talking about we know your honor, we want our money, and we deserve 20 million for doing shit. It's unbelievable, but I so freaking love this Izzo lawyer guy. I'm so personally even happy that I even signed that bill that supported him. One of the 1,300 people that supported appointing that guy. Man, that man is the truth. Um, they're definitely afraid of him. I can tell you that. And then tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting. But one thing I will say, as far as for Thursday, I think that we owned them. I think the no side owned them pretty well. Of course, in other places and other channels, you're gonna hear like in the on the yes side. Of course, they're gonna want to cater to their um, agendas. They of course they want to attend or cater to their following. So therefore, they're gonna tell them what they want to hear. Unfortunately, they're not gonna say the truth. But you could tell this is clear as daylight. I mean, this guy Izzo by himself destroyed all of them. Mike owning the float. What's up, brother? What's good, brother? Much love to the most underrated YouTuber in the history of YouTube. Well, much love, brother. Thank you so much. Believe it or not, Mike, I still have not slept from yesterday. And now when I go, I'm definitely gonna, throw myself in bed. And who knows when I will freaking wake up. Uh, Alice, right? Like he literally had the guts, and actually he didn't even believe in his own merit. Like when he was talking to the judge, saying that, yeah, we want our 20 mil. Like it's like he was shy to even say it. He didn't even want to say the figure. He just kept alluding to the payment. That's it, alluding to it as a payment. And that when Izzo's lawyer, when he stepped up, he made shit clear. It was like 20 million for 5,000 or whatever, 50,000 pages of BS. And he was like saying they were holding 38 shares. Is that even true? Damn, that's crazy. Um, boy, this was good. Boy, this was good today. Oh my God. Oh my effing God, people. I loved it. Can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be a much shorter session than today. Let's close out this day on seeing exactly what happened with the stock. We closed on a high note. Let's look at the aftermarket flat. What we closed well above the the 200-day moving average on a daily candle, and clearly um, it's just like just about 10 cents above. Good thing we didn't close under. They're keeping us right above. Let's see if there's any news or anything that was reported on us. Um, Look at that. All the news is about like what do you call them? Intera selling a lot more of their positions in Ape. They keep they keep selling a lot more, even though it ended the day on 2% up. However, now Antera is officially underneath 10% insider ownership. They're limiting their exposure, and that's pretty important for me to watch, especially with the first day in court today, the way that it worked out. Um, I'm actually very bullish, guys. I'm very bullish for our no. I am very bullish. Hell yeah. Man, show some love to Mike on in the float, family. Man, you know who really moved my heart? I swear to God, people. The old country guy who drove, like he said, 10 hours to get there, never spoke in a court before and any of that stuff, yet he had the courage to step up there and like, man, I swear to God, men like that man, um, true hero, true a true to me, he's a hero, and I definitely um I I don't even I'm like running out of words for how to describe that man, and much kudos to that man for doing what he did and going through it and actually making it to that stand and actually speaking. Um, Now, with that being said, we had, like I said, AMC and Ape closing the way that it did. Let's look at the SPY where it closed. The SPY ended up moving on a high note. I see. And closing basically about $1.77 higher. So it's making that move upper and upper and upper. We're going to see tomorrow what happens. It's going to be really interesting to see what the Feds cap up the week with. Um, I'm definitely loving this. Again, ever since I saw that reversal in the price action on Monday this week, right there, that's when no, not right there. That's not Monday. The hell? Come on, AB. It must be the no sleep. But right there, when it was about 431.19, that reversal was indicated right here. They were trying to push us underneath this support zone at 431.45, and they couldn't. Obviously, at 431.19, we just had that bounce. We barely had a wick underneath it, but the candle actually didn't drop below it. Look at that line. I drew that um, back on Monday, and we respected it. They tried to bring us down. The Bears tried to bring us under, and then guess what? We rebounded strongly on Tuesday, and that's when we had this price action. And the rest is history. And now we're here. We're still moving up on an upward trajectory. I still expect to see us to break out of this channel, and perhaps to the upside, honestly. But we'll see. We'll see today and tomorrow. I mean, today's in the past. Tomorrow is going to be very, very, very interesting for all of us. So, uh, I remember, people. I've said something very like I hope everybody remembers exactly. If you haven't been in yesterday's live, please go and check it out. There was a lot of pointers in it, and a lot of things that would definitely help you in your trading career. And remember this: always hedge yourself in whatever position that you're in to expose yourself to better odds of reward and risk At the end of the day, you have to put money to make money, but there are ways that you can hedge your position so that you're not literally only poised for one direction, kind of like a dice roll. And then the next thing you know, you drop, and if it goes the opposite direction, there goes your money and your position. So always, of course, like my brother owning the float says, taking profits is paramount. I'll always tell you, always hedge your position in multiple ways so that you could always come out on top no matter in what scenario, or at least with the least amount of damages. Hopefully you guys like this stream. I love this. Well, it was not as much talking, of course, and just in between. For those of you who are just showing up right now, thank you for stopping by. At least please consider hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. I don't normally ask people for this, but there's some things that were said in these lives that I think will help a lot of people with their trading career. Thank you much for everybody that showed up. All the mods, thank you for stepping through. Owning the float, thanks for stepping through, man. Sanjay, Captain No Likey, Alice, you the man. Everybody, 1796. You guys are all freaking fantastic. Hell yeah, scared money don't make no money. Jam Bams, everybody, Warren, Mr. McCowan, Mrs. Chase, Casey Hawk, what a Aristotle today, and a true cornerstone throughout this whole day and throughout this whole live stream in all of these, in this case. Our my friend Pantheon, appreciate you stopping by, showing some love. Gorilla Grodd, hopefully you have a great time at work. All love as always. Alice, AB, you should do a teaching video. You're a wonderful teacher. Well, that brings tears to the heart. Alice, thank you so much. Again, that humbles me. Appreciate the kind gesture. Once again, much love to all of you guys. AB definitely needs sleep for tomorrow. I'm still up since yesterday, and I feel it in everywhere in my body. I to the point where I don't even want to eat. I just want to sleep. So, with that being said, much love, all of you. Smash that like button on your way out. AB Investments.